All right, it says that I am live and I am not by myself because we have one of my fur babies here on the table. Guzelle, come. Come. Oh, there's another one. Come here, Mama. Come here. Before we get started, let's look open at the babies. This is the only one that still technically looks a little bit like a kitten. Guzelle. She's my little baby girl. She's a sweet little one. But she likes to be on my laptop when I write. I apologize in advance if you hear the AC on, but it is quite warm where I'm at currently in my home. This is the warmest section of the house. It is what it is. So if you're watching this, which looks like there is one, please put something in the comments. Say hello. Let me know what you're working on. Of course, you don't have to give me details or anything, but you can just say, oh, I'm this many words in or this many words behind, or I've already won, whichever. It's all good. Hello, Hannah. How are you today? I just looked at my live stream photo for YouTube. Oh my goodness. I have this resting mean face, but I'm not mean, I promise. Glad to see you here, Hannah. We're gonna wait just a couple of minutes before we get started. We're gonna do a warm-up first, and then we're gonna hit the sprints. Yesterday, I ended up doing like a 4-hour live, and there were people coming in and out. So don't feel obligated to stay for the whole 4 hours, but if you'd like to, I am very happy if you did. Let's see, you say, here. I am doing well. I'm so glad to hear, Hannah. 46K in, so I'm trying to finish, hoping maybe today, maybe. I would say you can definitely do it because I got really behind myself. And I think I got just under 6K in a couple of days ago. I will say, however, though, I dictated a large portion of it. So it can be done. And I know that sprints helped me a lot do that. Yes, yes. 4 hours, yes. But it actually went by super fast. And when I was done, both my husband and my eldest teenager, they were like, I can't believe you were there for 4 hours. I'm like, yeah, but it went fast and I was getting work done and it was fun. So, and yesterday was my first live ever. So, you know, just kept going. But at 46K, I would say you could very well be done today. I think that is a reasonable goal. It can be done. I know that I'm currently behind again. Let me see if I can pull up my word count real quick. Let's see where I'm at. I want to say I'm like maybe 32, but or 42 maybe. But let's see. My stats. Okay, a little better than I thought. 43,284. So I need to jump on the ball. Hannah says, working collaboratively helps me out so much. The structure of live streams and write-in togethers make me so productive, LOL. I absolutely agree with you. This is my 3rd or 4th Nano. I did win 2016 and I won last year, 2019. But this is the first year that not only am I writing in a different genre altogether, I've switched from fantasy sci-fi to a contemporary, and I really struggled. And so this is the first year that I actually participated in some live streams, and I was really discouraged because I wanted to do live streams myself, but without having enough subs, I didn't know that I could stream. And then I found StreamYard, and so here I am live streaming. So, but definitely working together has helped me so much. The very first live stream I did was with Abby Emmons, and it was phenomenal. It was so, so good. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and get started. Are you ready, Hannah? All right. All right, so what we're going to do first is we're gonna do a 5-minute warm-up. And this is just to get the creative juices flowing before we hit some of the larger timers or whatever they're called. All right, so I'm gonna set the timer for 5 minutes and begin. There we go. I thought I had already unmuted. I apologize. All right, so Hannah asks, I'd love to hear more about your project and what made you want to swap genres. Very interesting. So, wow, kind of embarrassing, but it's true. All right, so I recently started to read more out of my genre, and I read The Hating Game by Sally Thorne, and I loved it. Of course, there were some problematic elements in the story, but it resonated so much with my personal life. And I had tried to write contemporary fiction before, probably at least a good 10 years ago. And I'd only get like 4 or 5 chapters in, and then I would just like abandon the project. This is ridiculous, you know, whatever. And I didn't like how it was going. And then when I read her story, it just kind of inspired me to just try something again, or try especially that particular genre. Because it was done, I felt so well, as far as how she tied so many things together and how it wasn't blatantly obvious that there were elements of like a Jane Austen aspect to it, unless one is very well read on Jane Austen, especially Pride and Prejudice. And I picked up on it quite quick. And I don't mean to say that, oh, I am so smart because I picked up on it. But even like the first line or two, I was like, wow, this already reminds me of kind of like the intro to Pride and Prejudice with that famous line. And so I didn't really have a project yet for 2020's Nano. And for 2019, I actually wrote a story about a virus. I kid you not. I had no idea that we were going to be entering 2020 the way that we did. And I knew that I didn't want to write anything dark. And I didn't want to write anything dark. And so after reading her book, I'm like, I'm going to try it again, because I've never, ever been able to write a contemporary romance. It's just one that, I don't know why, I have a difficult time, I guess maybe explaining the world, because the world is our current world. There are no magical elements. I don't have to, you know, dream up these different languages or scenes or even names for characters or religious or, you know, fantastical elements. You know, it's just so cut and dry. You know, it's so what we go through every single day that it almost seems like there's less imagination that I need to pull from in order to make the world seem real. And so when I now am writing in a genre that is contemporary, completely outside of the works that I've done previously, and it's like, oh my goodness, I should be able to like clearly like describe someone in a bookshop, or I should be able to describe somebody drinking a cup of hot cocoa or having a glass of wine. I do this. But yet it's like, oh my goodness, I cannot find the words. And so for me, stepping outside of my comfort zone has been very helpful, because both of my main characters are having to step out of their comfort zone in order to be able to understand each other and get over the pain in their lives so that they can be friends, or maybe more. So it's been challenging, and I hope that wasn't too much of an explanation. Hi, Laura. Welcome. I need all the words. Yes, I do too. I'm behind. What did I say I was at? Around 3,200, something like that. So welcome. If you have any questions, Laura, or want to just ask a question or make a statement, comment, feel free. And thank you, Hannah, for welcoming Laura. I appreciate that you noticed her before I did. So I appreciate you saying something to her. That's cool. Hannah writes, it is never bad to break your own mold. Absolutely, absolutely. And I know that for AuthorTube, BookTube, a lot of the norm is, you know, stick with what you're comfortable writing in, whether it's POV or your tense, or the genre or subgenre. And although that can become very easy, I think it is nice to step out of one's comfort zone and really stretch yourself as a creator or an author, whether it's poetry, short stories, or a full-length novel, or even a series. So I think that's great. All right, we are going to go ahead and do another sprint. Laura, do you need a little bit of a warm up, or would you like to just jump into a sprint? We just completed a 5-minute warm up. Let me know. Laura writes, I am so far behind. I'm almost at 27K only. Need like 8K every day to still win, and I'm trying to do that. You can do that. I mentioned earlier when I was chatting with Hannah, and I didn't put this in the comments, but I wrote close to 6,000 words in one day, and I did that mainly with dictating. So if you have a way to dictate, I would do that, unless you're a super fast typer. I usually can get maybe 600 words every 20 minutes if I don't have like a break. Like if it's just flowing, I can easily do 600. But you definitely can do this, Laura. And if you have the option to dictate, I find that the quicker one speaks when dictating, the better it is. And then you just have to go back and put it into paragraphs, and then you can add in your punctuation, and you can do it. All right, so Laura is ready to jump right in. So we are going to do our first 15-minute sprint, and after that, we're going to start with our 20 and 25s. So I'm going to set the timer for 15 minutes, and you guys can go ahead and start. Get those words in. You can do it. All right. And that was our first 15 minutes. How did everybody do? If you want, you can put your word count into the comment section. And if you don't want to, you don't have to. It's completely up to you. I know that there's a little bit of a delay between questions coming in and me being able to answer them. Okay, first one. Okay. Aces English. Did I pronounce that correctly? Is it Aces? 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 Aces English. Hello. Thank you for joining the live stream and the chat. I appreciate it. Hannah just chimed in, 565 for that one. Good job. That's really good. Laura's got 463 with the help of dictation. Okay, good. Good for you. Good for you. All right. I am not the winner of that round. I've got, let's see, how many did I do? 557. That was mine. I will type mine in. This is not a competition. I was actually in a live probably 3-4 days ago, and the lady was giving out stars, like, oh, this person got a star and this person got a star. I'm not giving out a star. The fact that you guys are writing words is what matters. So that's cool. Aces English writes. Yes, aces rhymes with braces. Okay, cool. Well, thank you for joining. Does anybody want to chime in on what their genre is? We're going to take about a 5-minute break, and then we're going to hit a 25-minute sprint. That's the next one. We're going for words today. Are those happy tears? I think those are tears. It's hard for me to see. Maybe if I put on glasses. You can see. No, that doesn't help much. Okay. Hannah writes, I'm writing fantasy. This is my first nano that I've gotten past the 3K mark. Good job. You've got to start somewhere. So that is awesome. That is awesome. Fantasy is still my favorite to write in. I also like a little bit of supernatural elements and scientific elements as well. And usually the science fiction and the supernatural kind of like go hand in hand. And so this has been like such a, I don't know, I might need brain bleach when I'm done with this novel that I'm writing, because it's out of my genre, but I'm still having a blast. But I'm really having to go out of my comfort zone to write something that I thought was going to be easy, which is a contemporary. So anyway, all right. Aces writes, Christian action adventure. That is awesome. That is, you know, I'm actually very glad that you wrote that it's a Christian action adventure, because there's so much literature, and I don't want to, like, you know, shoot anybody down if they happen to write things that for a lot of people are inappropriate. I know that, you know, everybody has different tastes, and I'm also not riding the fence with this one as far as like what I think is definitely appropriate and not appropriate. But I think that there are so many stories that just are filled with things that are not important, whether it's gratuitous sex or language. It's gross, in my opinion. There is a place and time for it. I get that. But it's nice to know that usually a Christian story, especially action adventure, kind of like maybe like Narnia. I'm not saying that that's what you're writing, but I'm just trying to think of like the main one that I know about. you know, it's clean writing, and that's I personally like that. Although I do have some cuss words and some romantic elements, but it is clean. Like, even though I am writing for an adult, it is still clean. There's just those bits and pieces that are a little bit more, what's the word that I'm looking for? It's just real life, but it fades to black and it's alluded to instead of like paragraph after paragraph of describing what's going on. You know, it's like, I didn't need to do that. So sorry for the rant. Let's see. Laura writes, I'm doing various short fan fictions for this year's Nano. Did LBGTQ fantasy last year. Okay, cool. All right. My eldest teenager, she's actually almost an adult. Might as well just call her an adult because that's just where she's at. She was doing a series of short stories this year. She normally writes more mystery type stuff. This year she's doing short stories as well. Hannah writes, I have an urban fantasy on my radar for next year, but I felt it too complicated to figure out for this year. It has some sleuthy elements, so I don't know how to write it. Okay, well, you got time? You've got time. I know I've got a plot bunny, and I already have a couple of the first sentences, and I'll just go ahead and share it with you guys because it just came to me, and it's basically like, society has to be approved in order to continue on in society. Okay, so families have to be approved in order to go on in society. And so basically doors are removed. I wouldn't say that a home is necessarily gutted or anything. Like, it's not that far. And then something arrives into their home, and they're basically watched 24/7. Doesn't matter what they do. They have to have this element with them. And so I don't know where that's going to go, but it has been this thing that's in my brain, and I can see what it is. And it's like, I want to write it, but I got to do what I'm doing first. So I hear you on that. You don't know how to write it yet. All right. I don't want to butcher your name. I want to say that it's pronounced Ayane, but I don't know if that's correct. So if not, please let me know in the comments if it's correct or not. The sex is important, the language not. I agree with you 100% because sex is something that does occur. But the gratuitous descriptions are not necessary for most genres, unless of course you're writing, erotica, which that's what that is. So, the pronunciation was perfect. Okay. Well, speaking of pronunciation, for those of you that are joining, this channel, Hava Alexander, is my pen name. It is my pen name for the fantasy, sci-fi, supernatural, because it's all kind of mixed together. For that particular genre, that is my pen name, and it's pronounced Hava. But I go by the name Belle. So if you want to remember that, you can either call me Hava or you can call me Belle. So it's up to you. All right, we're going to go ahead and do our next sprint. 25 minutes on the clock. Right, get your words in. You can do it. Hi, Devin. We're just starting a 25-minute. We'll put them up there. All right, the timer is set, 25 minutes. Go right. All right. Hello, everyone. Yes, Hannah had it right. I was dictating. And I thought of actually putting it into the bar there, the purple highlighted bar that I was dictating, because I know that I go off and I probably am like, whatever. But yes, Hannah got it right. Official Carla Lorraine. Hi, Carla. I see her mouth moving and arms moving as though she is talking to us. No, I was talking to myself because I needed a major word jump because I'm behind. Yes, Carla, I was muted on purpose. Again, thank you, Hannah, for saying hello to everyone that's popping in the chat. Howdy, Devin. Welcome. Ace's English got 834. Good job. Was that all typing? I don't think I can get 834 in a type unless it's really, really smooth moving. So I'm curious if that was all typing or dictation. Hannah writes, you looked pretty intense there, an argument perhaps. My character was at her parents' grave side. She's an orphan, but she's an adult orphan. And so she is having an emotional conflict with the main male character of the story. And she doesn't know what to do because my main character, my female main character, she is a pain in the butt, and she's been a very big pain in the butt to my male main character. And she doesn't know what to do because she keeps making it worse. So she's pretty much ranting to her parents, and I'm trying to like be in her shoes, and I run my mouth. So yes, Hannah, nice count aces. So if you guys want to put in your word count, you can. 537, good job. I actually got a lot of words in. I don't even want to write how many words I got in because I feel like I got too many words in on that round. It was fun to watch. I guess that was my dictation. Yeah, I'm gonna have to dictate fast like that if I'm gonna win. I am not going to be able to write on the 30th. I teach that day and I do animation and drama, theater drama, but we're not performing right now, even though we technically can. Our state, I'm in Florida, so we're not closed down technically. But instead of doing on stage productions, we're filming. So I have a very long day, Monday and Tuesday. And so I know that I'm probably not going to write it all on Monday. Okay, so Aces did yes. His count was 834, all typed. Good job. You're a fast typer. That's cool. And Laura got 537. Good job. Aces writes, today I've been in a zone. My goal was 3K and I'm at 3477. Oh my goodness. That's so great. That is awesome. I love that. Like if you guys were to see my chart on Nano, it's literally like really high and then really low for a day or two, and then maybe a little bit of a bump, and then up really high, and that's when I was like almost like at around 6K. But it's bad. Carla Lorraine. Lorraine's such a pretty name. I may need to dictate some also now. I'm so far behind. I would dictate. My biggest recommendation though, because I have used dictation so much in my fantasy novels. I'm just now really starting to get some dictation in for this particular work in progress because I had so many days with filming and I I just didn't have the time or the mental fortitude to write. Like I was just wiped out. So I had to dictate. But what I will say is, I know the official rule is after you're done with your book, right, to put it away for a bit. If you have parts that are dictated, I really don't recommend putting those parts away, because there will be words that you may, I don't want to say that you will, there's a good chance that you may have no idea what you were writing. And I will give you an example. So for when I speak, and if I speak slowly, the dictation tends to be less accurate. The faster I speak, it's kind of like the computer knows like what words go where. So the other day when I was dictating, I wanted my character to pick up a book because she's running a bookshop. And every time I said the word book, because I really wasn't sure how I was going to be going through this particular scene, like I knew point A and point B, like I knew where I needed to go, but there was there's little bits that are just slower to get through. That being said, every time I said the word book and saying it slowly, it was transcribed as box by the dictation in the computer. And so, it's just something to keep an eye out for later on, and just know that you're going to have to do some edits. I mean, there's going to be edits anyway and revisions, but let's see. Ace's English says, at official Carla Lorraine, thanks. It's nice after dropping 0 yesterday. Carla Lorraine writes, dictation does not pick up the words correctly at all. You're so correct. I always have to go back over and edit while everything is still fresh in my head. That is the way to do it. For this particular nano, I've not been able to go back that much. If there's something that I really need to know going forward, I'll take that one word or that one sentence and I'll fix it, or I'll write and I'll just type out a note. This is about this, this, and this, so that when I go back to edit the dictation, it makes a lot of sense. But my first work and project that I'd finished back in 2016, I let that sit for over a year, maybe even 2, because I was so scared to pick it up, because it was my first major fantasy novel and I was really terrified to edit it. All right, so you guys ready for another 25? Or do you want to get a cup of coffee, wine, water? Laura writes, yeah, I feel you. Dictation annoys me sometimes, but the speed is worth it, at least for my mad dash to 50K right now. Would probably not use it without the deadline. Yeah, I agree. For this particular project, it was all I was making sure the grammar was right. I was making sure the structures were great, all of that. And when I had those 0 word days, and I think I had 2 or 3 in a row, not just because I was filming, but also because, and when I mean filming, I'm not the one being filmed. I have students that are being filmed. So for their drama productions. That said, so hold on. Let's see. I hit my words. I'm out. Thanks. This was great. Will you be back tomorrow? Yes, Aces. I will be back on for another live tomorrow. So enjoy the rest of your weekend, your evening today. All right. So back to Laura. Oh, and also thank you, Aces, for joining, if I didn't just say that. So yeah, so for the beginning of the Nanowrimo, I was just I wanted the cleanest draft, so clean, technically might not have even had to be edited. I know, I'm a dreamer, but the closer we get to the end of Nano, it's oh my goodness, what a job I'm gonna have. That's okay. Thank you, Aces. Thank you, Aces. Hopefully you'll be on also tomorrow. Hopefully you can join. It'll be around the same time in the afternoon. I am by myself at home. This is great. All right. Let me know, Carla, if you're there, if you're back. And if anybody needs to get water or a snack, something to drink. I'm going to light a candle actually. I was on my, let's see what Laura says. I was on my way to getting that 30-day writing badge, but having to move on uni accommodation made me forget to write one day. Oh no. Oh no, that's sad. You didn't write anything, like nothing, not even like a text message to yourself? Because I will do that. I will so totally do that. Even so, even my 0 days are technically not 0 days because sometimes I will text myself, this main character is saying this to this character, or I'll put in like a line or two of dialogue. So even though I'm not at my computer writing, I have technically written something. And then I go back and I change the date. Laura also writes, also it's dinner time, so I might just use this next sprint to make dinner. Okay, that's fine. You can pop in and out as you need to. No pressure. What are you making for dinner, Laura? I know I'm being so nosy. I can't help it. What are you making? If I had frozen TV dinners, I swear that's what I would be making right now, but I don't have any. Laura writes, nothing creative, sadly. I don't want to count texting Ethan if I'm desperate. Ha. All right, well then you are a bigger person than myself because I have counted texting, because a lot of my things can be texted, or like a voice note. I really don't count voice notes, but I will count like a text to myself, especially if it's dialogue or something. And sometimes it will get into a typed document for the day. Not always. And it's very rare that it doesn't. But a lot of times it's one of those moments where, oh, this came to me, I want to use it for the story or for a particular character. Obviously, characters in the story. And so I need to put that down because it's an element that I want to look into further. Laura writes, I'm probably just making very basic quesadillas because that's fast and still good. That is so true. My daughter really likes making them. All right. We're going to go ahead then. It is 2:49. We're going to do another 25-minute sprint. And I'm going to put in the bar that I am dictating. Don't mind me. Or should I not put it in there? Does it make it more mysterious? No, I'll put it in there. I don't want people to think that there's something wrong with the chat. Don't mind me. I am dictating. Oh my goodness, I cannot see without my glasses right there. Okay. All right. Setting the timer. And go. Get your writing in. You can do it. All right. How'd you guys do? That one went by so fast. I need to learn how to type right the first time. I've actually lost count of how many sprints we've had so far. Yesterday, I actually wrote on the bar like first sprint, this many minutes, second sprint, this many minutes. I don't have time for that today. I just want to get them in. I'm going to look to see how many I got. Put them into my Nano, updating my word count, 925. Laura writes, had the quesadillas and watched a video during that. No words, but I feel refreshed. That is great. That is really great. Yeah, sometimes just stepping away for a minute helps. I did that yesterday. I think after the fourth, or was it the fourth 25 minute, I ended up letting everyone know that I was going to step away for 10 minutes and then come back. Yanni says, finished for the day now. I need to watch the closer. All right. Well, thank you for joining. Thank you for joining. I really appreciate it. I have not watched the closer, I admit. I have not yet watched it. I finished up, what was it called? To the Lake a few days ago. I watched that when I was having some headaches. All right, so in about 5 minutes, we'll start our next sprint. So grab yourself some snacks, some water, coffee, tea, wine, whatever it is that you want to sip on while you write. Any kind of snacks that you need. Get up and stretch. I probably should get up and stretch, but I think what I'll do probably is when the next 25-minute word sprint starts, I'm going to get up and walk around for a few minutes and then come back. Which is probably embarrassing because then you're going to be able to see the mess behind me, but oh well, it doesn't matter. I already told my husband, I'm like, I'm going to try hardly to cook at all, like every November when I'm writing, and can you get the teenagers to like sweep and vacuum and mop? And that didn't happen too much. They were helpful, but like my son's out of town this weekend, my eldest is out driving and she's going to her abuela's. So it is what it is. I'll clean up when it's December, and then it's time to edit. And I'm actually thinking of doing live edits, kind of like live streaming edit challenges. Let me know if you guys are interested in that. I have even less motivation to edit. And even though once I get into the rhythm of things, I tend to enjoy it and I get a little bit excited about it. And then the littlest thing can derail me. So if you guys are interested in doing like an edit challenge, and it doesn't have to be for this particular Nano, it could be for a past story or even brainstorming for another novel, like whatever you guys want to do. But if you just want this continual word challenging sprints and, just camaraderie and support, let me know. That would be great. Ayane says, I was so mad when it ended that I refused to watch Major Crimes for years, which I then enjoyed greatly. I don't know what you mean, Ayane, by major crimes. Do you mean like CSI type shows or like actual like crime investigations? Or like crime YouTubers? I'm curious. I guess the reason why I'm asking is that I used to watch a lot of missing people and you know, unsolved mysteries, not unsolved mysteries, but like YouTubers that focus on people that are missing. So true crime, I guess is, yeah, true crime. Hello, get the terminology right. Let's see. Carla Lorraine says, working on deepening my outline and dirty zero drafting. Big goals for the last 3 days of Nano to win. You can definitely do it. There is nothing wrong with a dirty zero draft. It's better than nothing. I mean, think of all the people that say they're going to write and they don't even write. Like they don't, not even like 5 words or a chapter, or just say, I don't have time. So look at what you're doing for yourself, and you're doing it, and you can do it, you know? So don't give up, because I have DNF'd, did not finish plenty of novels in the past, and I wish that I would have stuck it out, because I think I didn't realize sometimes how hard it can be to stick it out. And I was trying to be a perfectionist, and that's not the way that it is. My brother is a professional author. He's written like 10 novels for a publishing company, like a publishing house out in Germany. He lives in another country because I'm in Florida. But anyway, he has to write pretty clean, but sometimes you have to get those dirty drafts in, and then you can just edit them later. Ayane says, it's the sequel to The Closer. Okay. So Major Crimes is the sequel to The Closer. Okay. That makes more sense. Okay. Carla writes, Major Crimes is the spin-off follow-up to the show The Closer. I didn't want to watch it either. I missed Kira. I like the name Kira. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. That was the name of one of my dogs many, many years ago when I had a farm in Tennessee. She was this husky with a crazy eye, half blue on top and half brown on the bottom. She was beautiful. All right, so you guys ready for another 25-minute? Let me know. All right, so I will be putting in the comment bar that it's a 25-minute sprint, BRB, because I'm going to get up and walk around for a minute, and then I will be back to dictate. Ayana says, I'm out, but thanks for the stream. You are so welcome. I am so thankful that you were here. We're on just about 2 hours, so that's almost great. I'm really, really thankful that you were here, and I'm also very thankful that you participated in the chat. I think that really helps so much for the camaraderie and the support. So enjoy the rest of your evening. Laura says that she is ready. Carla's, I'm a bit over 27K, so 8Ks a day to get it done. Not going super deep in the scenes and chapters anymore for now. Absolutely, I agree with you. Placeholders are your friends. Placeholders are your friends. Instead of getting stuck, like describe this later. Or if it's something that you can easily describe, You can describe it, and then like if there's something that you want to be specific about whatever's going on and what you've just described, whether it's a forest or a bookshop or outer space, whatever, then you can write that element in of just like the basics of what it's about. And I know I probably shouldn't be giving writing advice, but I also teach creative writing for young students, and so it's just what I'm used to. So yes, just throw words down now. And you can do it. Just don't give up. I will be streaming. I don't know if I can stream on the 30th. I will try. Like if you guys really want me to stream, for those of you that are running behind, let me know, but it would be a later stream. I'm trying to think of what time I get off. Maybe 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Eastern Standard Time. I don't know if I can get here and start filming at 3. I could try though. Let me know if you're interested in that. Think about it. Let me know. I'm going to set the timer for 25 minutes. I'm going to go stretch my legs and put this up here. All right, go ahead. Get those words down. You can do it. I know you can do it. All right. That was another 25. Word sprint. How'd you guys do? I did all right. Something just happened that I was not expecting, and so now I just had to put like in all caps and parentheses, fact check this and figure it out later. Nice little placeholder. I apologize if you guys can hear the fan on my computer. I wonder if it's because it's not on a board. That shouldn't be a reason. Laura's gotten, let's see. Okay, sorry, Laura, I didn't mean to hit Hannah's first. I meant to hit yours first, and I hit Hannah's first, but that's fine. Hannah got 566. I was a little distracted. That happens. You can do better next time. All right. Laura says 776 words. I think that's the most that you've gotten yet, right? In a sprint today? Am I right? I'm trying to scroll up here real quick. Let's see. I wanted to say you were around 500. Yeah, 537 was the most recent, or at least the first one that I could grab. So that was great. An extra 250 on you. Good job. Laura writes, yep, pretty sure that's a new record for 25 minutes for me too. That's awesome. That's awesome. Hannah writes, I have to hit 2,100 plus for the day though. So Hannah, I have to ask, or I want to ask, so how many more words do you need to hit that 21 plus mark? I'm going to answer a quick text because someone is asking me if I've finished my novel yet or if I'm still writing, and I want to answer them quick. They're asking, did you finish writing? No, not yet. Wow, we're at almost 2.5 hours in. That's awesome. Oop, I wanted to stick there. I know that the question and answers are delayed. I apologize. I don't think there's any way around it when using StreamYard. Okay, all right. Well, I have hit it for the day, Hannah writes, but I only need 2638 to hit 50K. All right, Hannah, so now the question is, do you want to stay on alive so that you hit that 2638K? Let me know. Because if you do, I just might go for it too. No pressure though. I know that I have to have mine done by the 29th because the 30th for me is not guaranteed. Although I will probably still want to do a live, it just won't be a 4 or 5 hour live. While I am waiting to hear your answers, I'm going to put in my word count. I've got too many things up right now. I'm sorry. I'm getting lost on my own computer screen. Let's see. Hannah writes, I won't hold you if you get tired. I am hoping to finish tonight, but I'm not sure if I have it in me. I'm going to get back to you in a second, Hannah. Carla Lorraine, 3:31, but I also had a lot of distractions. That happens. I personally get distracted really easily, especially when my family is around, or I don't know, if I get stuck somewhere and then it's like I'm trying to research and trying to research something when I should just be writing and just putting in a placeholder. So it happens. Okay, so I'm going to go back to your word count. Let's see. Okay, so you need another 2638. Let me see how many more I need. Give me just a second. I'm going to figure it out real quick. I don't need that. I don't know if I need more or less than you. I'll find out here in a second. Okay, so technically I only need 1,254 words to finish. So I'll definitely stick it out for you. And I will probably keep writing anyway, because there are so many placeholders in this current work in progress and there's already scenes that I know that I want to scrap. So even though I'll probably go ahead and meet the word count, and trust me, I came so close to scrapping this novel just because I got frustrated. I got frustrated. Things popped in. It was supposed to be a very light, contemporary romance. And then come to find out there's like a death in the family. Years passed, which was backstory, but it was important. And it added to character depth. And that was great, right? But it added a level of, okay, it's a little bit deeper. I need to, flesh things out more. So it got so like a little bit overwhelming. And I think it was really all in my head because I didn't go in expecting to actually have to work on it, if that makes sense. I thought it would just be a breeze, and it's not been a breeze. And I've been wanting to give up on it, and I haven't. So I'm glad that I haven't yet. So yeah, I'll definitely stick with you, Hannah, and with anyone else, even if I hit it, like I'll keep going. Carla Lorraine says, if I can't find nice streams to join later, I'll probably going to go live myself. I need the accountability and consistency these last 3 days. I hear you, Carla. Like, it is like, this is like, in case you hadn't heard me say this before, this is the first year I've ever participated in live streams. And if I would have known that I could have used StreamYard to live stream the whole entire process, I would have done that, because I did not have the emotional energy to actually record and then edit. And that's what I did on my Nano for 2016. And that's on my old channel called Spinner Chick. And it was hard. I had computer problems. And I think I even cried maybe on one of the videos. I don't know. But it's definitely so helpful. And it's helpful when people are friendly. And I'm not trying to toot my own horn or anything. And I feel kind of even awkward doing this. It's my second one, But I know that the few that I've joined, with the very first one was Abby Emmons. And I think she only did like 1 or 2 for this particular Nano. But she's just such a positive person, and hers was so fun. And I know that that's really what got me to write, or not to write, but like to stay in the groove. And even if I got stuck, it was like I was still wanting to participate, whether I had a low word count or a high word count. And then it was a couple of days ago, I did I was involved in a live stream, just happened to be somebody online on YouTube, and they were from England. And it was a very small chat with just a few people. And it was great. It was so wonderful. I felt so blessed and I was so thankful. Hannah writes, whoa. I'm guessing that's my word count left that I need to hit. Yeah, that's actually unbelievable. Yes, I am close. Yeah, the live streams do help me stay accountable as well. I hear you guys. I hear you. All right, so we'll start our next live stream. Not live. I can't see. I'll be able to write, but I won't be able to talk. That's what it is. The same thing happens when I teach. Sometimes the classes that I teach are 2 and 3 hours long, and then by the end of the class, after speaking so long to the students, I can't speak anymore. It's so strange. I start twisting my words. So at 4:05, I'll start the next timed sprint. So if you guys need something to drink or eat, get up and stretch. Laura writes, I started doing live streams this Nano too, and it's such a nice thing to do. I'd love to do videos too, but right now my phone is crap and I have nothing else to record with. My phone is also crap. And for lack of a better word, I absolutely suck at editing. Like if you watch any of the videos of some of the books that I have reviewed, which are very few, I think I have like maybe 5 videos on my channel. The only one that's actually, I think, hilarious is the one where I'm trying to get food during quarantine in the city that I live, which is Miami, Florida. And I'll tell you guys right now, Miami is not as nice as what it appears to be on TV. I promise you. There are areas that are beautiful, but overall, it's like any other city. So, but lighting helps. I don't know if that would help, Laura. Just having a better lighting, unless maybe your phone's not capable as far as like memory or whatever. Just don't give up. All right, so about a minute before we hit our next word sprint. Yeah, no, my phone doesn't have any space left. I'm actually having the same problem. I'm having to go back into my like gallery and like delete quotes or pictures or things that I don't need. And I also had to delete some stupid little games that I had on there just to be able to like record like a 4-minute video. And it wasn't even for YouTube. It was just something that I needed to record like my kids or something. I forget exactly what, but it's ridiculous. I have an iPhone and they literally come with like 0 storage. So, all right, 4:05. You guys ready? I'm not going to wait 3 minutes to get an answer. We're just going to go ahead and start. So let's get those words in. Did anybody hear that? It was like the weirdest little chip, like not a chip, it was like a chirp. Didn't even sound real. And I had the volume all the way up. I'm going to try it again. I'm going to set it for 3 seconds here. That was weird. I don't know what's going on. Anyway. Okay. Let's see what Hannah writes. I am not doing hot this sprint. LOL. Oh my goodness. You are not the only one. You are not the only one. I struggled. Between my mom calling, my upstairs neighbor moving out, and my pets, I cannot focus. Oh my goodness. That is a lot. I don't know out of all those, like which would be the most disruptive. I guess maybe mom calling. I love my mom, don't get me wrong. Like she's legit my best friend. Other than my husband, I guess. But just having that interruption of like calls and text messages, yes, interrupting. Neighbors moving out, I don't know. I think I could deal with that. But pets, usually for me, pets are the biggest, the absolute biggest. We took in a kitty cat during COVID. Well, she was a kitten, actually. We already had 2 cats and took in a stray. And she was pregnant. And we had 5 kittens in April, mid-April, I believe it was. And we only could find a home for one of them. So we have the mama, the 4 babies, and our original 2. So we have a total of 7 cats right now. It's crazy. But I don't want to separate them. I just do not want to separate them. They're all so attached to each other, and that's how it goes. So despite all of your distractions, Hannah, how did it go for you? Did you get any words in at all? Like, did you get at least like 10, 20? Anything in at all? Laura, exactly 700 words during this. Fastest I've ever typed. Go you! That is awesome. That is awesome. That is so cool. I don't know if I can do 700 words. Let's see. How many did I get? Let's see. On this round, I actually got just over 700, but I didn't type all of it. Like half of it was probably dictation, or I would say like a line, hit the function button, go to the next line, type something out, maybe dictate something. I don't know if I could beat you, Laura. I don't know if I could do it. I try. I would so try on just a type. I would try, but I don't know if I could do it. Hannah writes, I got 221 according to Nano. Go you. That's good. And you're right. Way better than 0. Hannah writes, dang, and Laura, you're killing it, right? Right? She's like racking up those words. Carla writes, I took a bathroom break, did my makeup, and talked to the painter a bit. So we have a painter here redoing our kitchen cabinet. So 66 words. Okay. All right. I know that I'm not giving out stars, but you took a bathroom break. You did your makeup. You talked to the painter because you're having a redo in your kitchen, and you got in 66 words. Talk about multitasking. Okay. Oh my goodness. No, I could not do that. Hannah says, thanks, I need it though. Nano tells me I've got only 33% of my daily goal. Just keep going. Just keep going, Laura. Just Just keep going. If you want me to stay on this live, I will stay on this live so you get your goal. I've got probably a good hour, that I could keep going. You let me know. Laura, she writes again. I'm honestly not trying to get good words right now, just to get the story out and get any words. Haha. It's crunch time. There are times, and some people are going to say this is cheating. I don't think it's cheating. Okay. I was just writing a scene that had to do with a masquerade ball. I don't know what this character is wearing. So I literally listed like 7 colors for her ball gown because I don't know yet, So you do what you do. My last nano, actually the last 2 nanos, I would not use contractions. I kid you not. I would not use a contraction. Everything was could not, would not, cannot, everything was absolute, like old school writing or classical writing. I know that there's a term for it. I can't remember what it is right now, but I did not use contractions because the contractions actually do lessen the word count. And so for this modern contemporary, they're not going to be speaking the way that the people would speak in the fantasy, which worked out well not using contractions. But with the contemporary I'm writing, we're going to be using contractions. So I am writing them. And so I double dipped on a whole bunch of colors in that last scene, and that's okay. I don't mind. I admit it. Hannah agrees. Same at Laura. I ended up outside of my main story, and I'm writing a POV from a different character and some backstory stuff. Oh my goodness. I am not laughing at you, Hannah. I promise. I basically kind of just did the same thing where all of a sudden I'm close to the end of my book. And now what I'm doing is I am just having this well, she's not a random girl. She's a friend, but my main character doesn't have a lot of friends. They're all very distant except for this one male guy, but he's not the potential even love interest. It's just her best friend that's a dude. So she gets a random call from one of the girls, which is completely outside of the story. And so we're just starting a chapter between the male-female character and a side character, another female side character. So I needed to go somewhere. I needed to write some words. And right now I'm kind of stuck with how I'm going to wrap up this story. Like it's not going to get wrapped up with 50,000 words. Clearly not happening. So I totally hear you, Hannah, on jumping into something completely different. Carla writes at Laura, I feel you, me too. I am writing such a large book, aiming for an epic fantasy, so I'm mostly putting in scene notes in Scrivener, and when a scene is super clear, I write it. Wow, Carla, I feel for you. I feel for you. That was my first nano that I completed in 2016. It was an epic fantasy, and it's still not done. It's still not done. And my outline didn't even get half written for that nano. Like it was so big. And I'm still at the point where I don't know if I want it to be a standalone or a series. So it's just kind of like stuck right now. But I think waiting to write it when it's super clear is helpful. For me, though, I think I would fall into procrastination personally. That's just me. You're right. LOL at the contractions. Got to get those extra words. Absolutely. And I did not make up nixing contractions on my own. I actually read that on a tip blog somewhere years ago because 2016 was not my first attempt. I want to say 2013 was or 14, but 2016 was my first official win. And I nixed all those contractions to get those words. Laura says, I'm also having a piece of chocolate for every successful sprint right now. Motivation. I'm probably the oddball one here. I am not a huge sweet person. Like I prefer savory and salty. But if I'm in the mood for something sweet, I'll have something sweet. It's not my thing. But don't get me wrong. I mean, years and years and years ago, I could put like a whole pan of brownies down. It's just lately I've not been a fan of sweets. I don't know what it is. Carla writes, 2 of my characters don't use contractions. They are super proper. I like that. I like that. And I will tell you why I like that, because I have some characters that are the same way in my epic fantasy, and then also in the second one that I completed, which is, it's not fantasy, it's more supernatural, with maybe some horror elements. It's not really horror. It's an alternate, it's not even alternate history, it's alternate mythology and how it has affected our modern day life. That's all I'm going to say about it. But there are times in both novels where characters are extremely proper and they don't use contractions. And I know that the one that I wrote last year about the virus, that particular one, which also has proper characters in the story, that one has not gone to beta readers yet. I am holding that one very close to the chest because of everything that's been going on. And there are things that I have written in my book that are kind of going on today, but it's nowhere near the same kind of virus. It's not a zombie virus. It's not a coronavirus. It's nothing like that at all. However, the first novel that I wrote, the people are super, some of the people are very, very proper. And when I went to beta readers, they were like, oh my goodness, this sounds so completely authentic. Like, they were so impressed with the way that it was written. I'm not tooting my own horn, because I will tell you, by the time they got to chapter 4 or 5, there was like a train wreck where I had too many characters all at one point, but they all needed to be there because there was this major fight scene. And I'm still stuck on that chapter. Like, I don't want to rewrite it. Like, that's how it's supposed to be. So I don't know. I don't mean to rant. I'm sorry. Carla writes, I started Nano writing full scenes, but now not so much. I've done it so many different ways, and I don't really think there's a right way or a wrong way. It's getting the words in. Some write full scenes, some write partials, some write in order, some skip around. Some go back and forth between different points of view or even tense to get a feel of even what is going to be right when it comes to editing. Laura, I did the contractions thing last Nano, but intentionally doing that right now feels like even more work. It did take me some time to get used to it in 2016. I remember, I don't know how long it took. I don't think it took that long. But I think it also depends. Like, it depends on what you're writing and how you feel. Like, if it feels like it's more work to intentionally not put in or if it feels more difficult to not write a contraction, that will slow you down. So it sounds like you're doing the right thing. Oh no, you scare me. I want to finish this book. I don't know. Did I scare you? Did I scare you, Carla? If I did, I want to know what I said that scared you. Laura says, oh, normally I don't eat chocolate either, but it was a present. And well, if I have it, I might as well eat it. Of course. Of course. Chocolate's good for you. I'm not saying it's not good for you. I'd rather eat a piece of cheese or have lettuce, or, I like wine. I drink red wine, but I don't like my red wine. I don't like red wine that's sweet. I like it more on the dry, bitter side. This is my first time doing Nano. I tried camp this year, but didn't finish it due to external circumstances that hindered me. I've never done a camp. Never. I've always intended to, and it never happened. Probably because I teach a lot. So I just, or when I'm not teaching, then it's like catch up for everything else that needs to get done. It looks like it's getting dark. Maybe we should put the light on. Hold on a second. Is that any better? It might be better. Laura, second nano for me. I only got 25K last year. So at least I'm already doing better. Absolutely. Yeah. It's always good to make progress. Baby steps, right? Carla writes, I don't know, but maybe if you can add those characters into earlier in the book, so they are at least introduced, their appearance at your fight scene will make sense and flowing. Possibly, yes, that could happen, but if they're introduced, then it's like a spoiler. So, because it's a part of the shock factor. So, I don't know. I'm telling you, it's like, and it could be that I have too many characters. Like, when I look down at how the book is at like 70,000 now, however many words it is. It's probably around 70K right now. And that's just the first half of the outline. There probably could be some characters that I just don't even have at all. So that could even be it. Oh, I scared. Okay, this is Carla. You scared me a bit when you said you were writing an epic fantasy that you've never finished. I've never finished it though on purpose. Like I've got the first half done. It's really just to the point where it's the editing, which I already have an editor working on it. And it's really me, because it's such like, it is for me, it's such a big project that, and this could also play into my procrastination, my procrastination, because I want to be a perfectionist and I want it to be a really, really great and intriguing story. And there are moral lessons to it, and it deals with hybrids, and it's a whole complete world. I even made up a curse word that doesn't exist in real life, so like there's just so much. And I started, I got the idea for the novel back in I want to say 2011, 2012. And I had this like quick little idea, and I wrote it I finished my lunch really quick, and I flipped over my paper plate and I wrote it on the back. And as the day would go on, I would just write notes on the back of that paper plate. And I just did research because I didn't know if what I wanted to write about was scientifically even possible. And so I spent years researching. And so for me, it's just one of those that I'm not in a huge rush to finish, because I think when it's finished, it'll be worth it. And I'm okay with that. Carla writes, you are doing great. To Laura, do you think you will win? And Carla responds, I hope so. I'm almost at 30K, so there's still a lot to do. I have to pull a 10K day tomorrow. You can totally do it, Laura. You can totally do it. Carla writes, my mom works at C's and is always providing candy. My kids are tired of candy already, LOL. That's too cute. It's not often moms can say that their kids are tired of candy. Now, I've never heard of C's. Is it a candy shop where you're located? I've never heard of it. Not that I can even name a candy shop off the top of my head. Can't think of one. I will wait for Carla. I want to say Lorraine, but Lorraine to answer what C's is, which I'm assuming is some type of store. And then we'll get back on our next sprint. Okay, I don't know if Carla is still here. All right, let's go ahead and start another 25-minute. Be right back. Going to take the papati. Okay, I gotcha. If you guys want to go ahead and start, you can start. I'm going to actually start the timer in a couple of minutes. C's Candies Worldwide. Are they the company that make the taffy, the water taffy or saltwater taffy? I'm not a huge candy buyer. I feel like an idiot saying that. Like I've heard of Hershey's, and I don't even like Hershey's, but I know that one. Okay, C's Candies online and malls, and also mail-in catalog orders. I'm gonna write that down. Thank you for letting me know, Carla. I appreciate that. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and start the timer. 25 minutes. And if you guys want to go longer, when this one's over, let me know if you guys want to do a 30-minute. Okay, go ahead and start. All right. How'd you guys do? I didn't do too great on that one. I got in 301 words. That was it for that one. All right, let's see. Carla Lorraine had written earlier, I used to work at C's Candies at corporate. My mom works at corporate now. Now, when you put here C's Candies together, that does look familiar. So I'll have to look into it. I actually wrote it down. And I also wrote down what she wrote about introducing the characters earlier in the book. So thank you for that. If I didn't say thank you, I do. I thank you for that advice. I'm always up for suggestions. Let's see. Laura writes 656 words. That's awesome. You're on a streak, Laura. Yeah, I think you're really getting up there. So how many do you have so far for the day? If you want to take a minute and just like total everything up that you've written so far today, I'm super curious. If anyone else wants to put in their word count, you can. You don't have to, but you can. Hannah wrote about 400 that time. I am inching my way to 3K for the day. All right. That's good. Hannah writes, she's at 2603. Good job. It always feels good, you know, when you get a big chunk in. Laura says, Nano tells me I've got 3,222 for the day, which sadly is still not even 50% of what I should get. Okay, well, let's see. Does anybody have any advice for Laura on how to up her word count? Let's see if we can all give her some advice. Not that you have to take any of it, Laura, but like, I want all of us to be here to help you reach your goal. So for your last, so I do have a question, Laura. So for your last sprint of 656, was that typing or dictation or a combination of both? And Laura writes, and I've only got like an hour and a half left of the day. Okay. Don't let that time though, like I just thought of that. Like don't let that time that you only have like an hour and a half left. Don't let it like get you down. And don't let it discourage you. And you did that typing. Okay. Good job. That's really good. I got a whopping 301. Laura wrote, oh, that's so nice. I'll be fine. I can get more tomorrow. Okay. Yes, you can. You can still do it. You can still do it. Carla got in 628 today. Good job. You've got 7K to go. You can definitely do it. I think the most that I've ever written in one day was like 11,000. And I literally spent all day writing. I did nothing but write and dictate, write and dictate, write and dictate, write and dictate. Oh, Hannah, I'm sorry. Do you have to get tested often? I have some friends that have to get tested every single week. All right. In case Hannah writes back, I will ask another question. All right. So we've been doing 25-minute sprints. Do you guys want to go for a longer sprint? Instead of like stopping in case you guys are in the middle of a good flow, and then we spend 5 to 10 minutes talking. Would you rather go for a 30-minute sprint, 35-minute sprint, 40-minute sprint? Hannah writes, this is actually going to be my first test, but I was very directly exposed, so it's mandatory now. All right, well, I'm sorry. It sucks. Hopefully, you'll be fine, no matter what the test says. I only know one person personally that passed away, and they were in their very late 90s. Actually, no, mid 90s. And everybody that was in their 80s or older survived. One young person almost didn't make it, and they did. So, but that was in the beginning when they were still doing hydrochloroquine. Is that what it was called? But they're not doing that here in Miami right now. Laura writes, ouch, my uni is offering us free tests, so I'm getting one next week. It's nice because I'm flying home for Christmas a few days later, so I'll know it's safe. Where are you flying home for, Laura? I mean, I know it's for Christmas, but like where to? I've thought about going to Nashville. It's still up in the air. I don't know. Carla would say, I would dictate or go through the scenes you have and start to fill in the ones you haven't typed anything into. Are you using Scrivener, Word, Google, or what? I'm pretty sure this is at Laura, for Laura. So I agree, Carla. Like really just go through scenes, any ideas, just throw information. Hannah says, oh, good question. I'd like to know what everyone is using. For Nanowrimo, I use Scrivener. Carla, that was your word count, 30? Did I get that correct? Okay, 30 is better than nothing. And I know that you have a lot going on at home. Laura says, flying home to Germany to see the parents. That is so awesome. My brother lives in Germany. I kid you not. In fact, they just had a baby last week. And they named her Charlotte Marie. Which was funny because for my contemporary that I'm writing, my pen name was going to be Charlotte. And then they had a girl. They didn't know what they were going to have. And so they live in northern Germany, in a large city in northern Germany. Hannah writes, Nashville is very fun. Went last year pre-COVID, would recommend LOL. I agree. I actually used to live just northeast of Nashville. I was raised in Miami, Florida, but about 24, 25 years ago, moved there right after getting married. And my husband and I lived there for a few years and eventually had a farm. Well, we moved back to west coast of Florida, but then went back to Nashville, got a farm and lived there and farmed for a while. And then we are back here now in Miami. We've been back here for 6 years, I want to say. But Nashville's fun. Okay, so that is what Laura is doing, and she's using Scrivener mostly. And Hannah is using Scrivener as well. And she wants to buy it at half price when she wins Nano. And Carla is also using the trial. I don't know if I ever used the trial because I've had it for so many years, but I think I paid full price for my first one. And then when I spilled water on my computer right before we got into lockdown, I was a complete idiot. And because I spilled water on it, it's like tiny little drop and it just floats across, whatever. And my computer shuts off. And what do? I literally plug it in and I fried it. And then had to buy a new computer. And I couldn't transfer my Scrivener because it was so old. But thankfully, I still had a coupon from I either had a coupon. Yeah, because I did do 2019, so I still had a coupon that was valid for a discount. So let's see. My Scrivener is kind of going crazy right now, though. It tells me I'm back to trial mode, even though I bought it last year, sorting that out once the month is over. That's weird. Not saying that it's weird. I'm just saying. Doesn't surprise me because I tried to recover my Scrivener and it seemed like they had like all the different options, but for the year that I purchased my Scrivener. And every time I tried to like reload it, like I had like the code or whatever it was to prove and authenticate and all that kind of stuff. And it just, I couldn't get my stuff. And thankfully I had everything saved and like Google Docs, Word Docs, and I also email my pages to myself. And I also print hard copies because I've lost things over the years. Okay, good, Carla. 82 is way better than 30. 30 was still better than 0. But no, I don't know. I've had days where I had like, 10 words. So. All right, so what do you guys want to do next? Let me know. Do you want to stay with a 25? Do you want to go with a 30? Do you want to do a 35? Do you want to do a 40? A 40-minute, 30-minute? I'm up for whatever you guys want to do. Because I still have a scene that I need to write, one that I wasn't expecting, and I'm not quite sure where. I know where it's going to take me, but I don't know what's going to happen once I get there. So that'll be interesting. And I might just pour myself a glass of wine to go with this scene because it might get heated. Laura says 30 minutes sounds nice. Gives me time to refill my water bottle. Haha. I just refilled mine. It's actually not even smart water. It's just water that I filter at home. I reuse my bottles. I have a eco-friendly one, but it has like a sports thingy on it. And so it's like, got to kind of suck the water out or you have to push the water up and it's not fun for writing. I think I've actually drank so much water during this live. It's been good for me. All right, I'm going to set the timer for 30 minutes. And I'm actually going to need another bathroom break. Whoops. I just popped up a 30. That's funny. I don't know how that happened either. All right. All right. There it is. Timer is set. I'm going to mute and grab some wine and be back in a few minutes after my potty break. All right, you guys, how'd you do? All right, Hannah wrote something here. All right, I am going to have to call it for myself for a while. I have gotten 3,000 words today. Thanks for your stream. I hope you all have a great rest of your night. And then she says, ending my time with 48,195 words. Definitely going to finish my nano early. Good for you, Hannah. That's awesome. Thank you so much for being here. I don't know if you're still here or not. I'm going to guess not, since you wrote this about 5 minutes ago or so. Almost, I don't know, 10 minutes ago. So you might not still be here. But if you are, thank you so much for joining. I really appreciate it. And I'm glad you got your words in and you're closer to meeting your goal. That's awesome. Laura writes, got a little distracted and I got 361 words. It happens. It's a part of life. It's a part of life. You had such a great streak though. So don't let it like bum you out, you know? It's all right. Let's see if Carla chimes in. Congrats, Laura. You passed the big 3-0. That's good. That is good. So how much more time do you have for today's writing, Laura? I know that you were on a time limit. I'm just typing in the words that I just wrote. Wow, it's 11 p.m. Are you tired? I would be zonked, personally. Maybe not so much today because my son is out of town for the weekend with his cousins. And even though he's a teenager, he takes up a lot of my time, which isn't a bad thing. But he also doesn't take up a lot of my time. I probably totally worded that incorrectly. Let's just say it's more quiet when he's not here. But it's been like that since day one with him. But he's my big helper. And then with my daughter, it's almost the same when she's not here. That's how quiet she is. And she's the one that's almost an adult. All right. So yeah, if my kids were here, I could probably go for hours. If it's my teenagers and my husband here, between the 3 of them and our 7 cats, no, I'm usually zonked. Not really tired. I usually go to sleep at like 3. I only really have afternoon classes, and I'm a night owl, so I'm embracing it. cool. I am a night owl. My daughter, who is my eldest, the one that's almost an adult. Hi, Cadence. I'm going to click on your chat there, your post in just a second. I just want to finish my thought. My eldest, when she was born, I kid you not, she has been a night owl since the day we brought her home. Now, I'm not saying that she didn't ever like sleep through the night. She would. But like even her eyes and her eyebrows, she just reminds me of an owl. She looks nothing like me. I was literally like a gestational carrier for her. My husband is half Cuban and half Colombian, and she's like him, like with the dark hair. Like I literally prayed for, if I had a daughter, that she would have this dark curly hair, and she's got the perfect curly hair. It's almost not fair, and she's got a lot of it. My hair is like super super thin, and hers is not thin and it's not super thick. It's like perfect. All right, so Laura, be thinking about how long you want to go. So, because I'm here. Hi, Cadence B. Cadence, that's the name that I hear very much. It's pretty. Welcome, welcome. We are on almost 5 hours of this live stream. So I don't know how much longer we're going to go, but I have a feeling we're probably going to do a few more sprints. A lot of the people that have been in the chat have already met their word count for the day, or for some reason they had to go. And there are others that still want to meet word count. So I'm going to try to keep going as long as I can. I've been sitting here pretty much the whole time, except for these last 2 sprints. I would get up for 5 or 10 minutes and walk around because I need to move around. But welcome. Good to have you here, Cadence. So for Cadence, is there a certain like word count that you want to meet? I'm going to assume that you're working on Nano of some sort, whether it's revising, editing, or a new project. I do plan on doing another live tomorrow as well. And if it doesn't take longer than expected to film the theater production tomorrow where I work, I will be doing a live tomorrow. No, sorry, a live on Monday as well. So definitely doing a live tomorrow again. And if I'm not totally zonked, I'll be doing one on Monday because I know that's the 30th. And I wasn't planning on writing that day because filming tends to wipe me out when it comes to creativity, because I have to put so much creativity into the directing and all that kind of stuff. So, but I still want to do it and I still want to participate, but I have to plan that by ear. I don't want to make a promise that I can't keep, but my intent is to also do one, not just tomorrow, but also on Monday, the 30th. Candace B writes, well, I'm hoping for 50K, so like 2K more for me. Okay, that is like totally doable. Oh my goodness, you can that's in the bag. Really, like that is in the bag. That is in the bag for you. As long as you just don't give up, we had a conversation earlier about contractions, like instead of can't, cannot, will not, should not, or if you don't know which color you want someone's outfit to be, put both colors in, and then just keep that word flow going. Those were just some tips that we talked about when it's crunch time. So we're going to be starting our next sprint in just a few minutes. Does a 30-minute sound good for you guys? Let me know. Or do you want to do 35? There is a little bit of a delay. with answering questions. So it takes a minute or so. Yep. So you're ready. Okay. Since 30 or 35 both sound good to you, and you are our newest one on the block, welcome to the chat. We're going to start with a 30 this time. And the next one will be 35. I need to write that down. And if I forget and we do another 30, I apologize in advance. It's possible. Okay. Are you ready, Laura? Let's give Laura just a minute here. Make sure she's ready as well. She's been writing up a storm. I don't know if she needs to get water or anything to drink or a snack on. I am probably repeating myself, but I'm just going to say it again. My butt's getting numb, or should I say my bootay is getting numb. So I will need to stand up, walk around before I sit down. But I'm going to start the timer now. And Laura is ready. So I'm going to type in to the bar or sprint. I'm going to go walk around, use the bathroom if I need to, and be back and start writing. All right, here we go. 30 minutes. You can do it. All right. How did you guys do? I only see one person watching. We dropped from like 6 to 1 there, which I can't blame anybody. We've been on this for like over 5 hours. My face is looking greasy in this camera, which is weird because I have like actually really dry skin. Stop Motion Life. Hello and welcome. Hello, how much longer is this stream going to go? Well, first, again, hello and welcome. I do not have an actual answer for you. I can't give you a specific, to be honest. You know, I don't know. It could go 30 minutes. It could go another 2 hours. No idea. We've been at this for 5 hours and almost 20 minutes right now. So the longer that these hours have passed, I'm actually taking more breaks. So that being said, so like if I start a 30-minute, I'll let you guys know it's a 30-minute. I'll put the 30-minute block up, kind of something like that. Okay, so there'll be something like that on the screen to let you know that we're in the middle of a 30-minute sprint. And then I usually step away for about 10 minutes, walk around, stretch my back a little bit. So I really don't have an answer, but if you want to stay, let me know in the comments and I'll see what I can do. I am planning on streaming though again tomorrow for another long stream and possibly on the 30th. The 30th will be difficult for me because I don't get home from the office. Not even an office. It's a studio. It's a theater studio where I work and we're filming tomorrow. And I normally don't write on Mondays because I'm usually drained, but I can definitely do a live if I get home early enough. Okay, so Candace writes, I think for another sprint after this. I think you mean I'm here for another sprint. Okay, cool. Lori writes 565 words this time. Great job. My goodness, you have been an absolute train all these hours that you've been writing. Good for you. 4K for the day. That is awesome. That is so awesome. Are you wiped out or you think you can keep going? I'm really curious. If you feel tired, I'd recommend dictating, especially maybe scenes that are not super important as far as like dialogue. If it's just descriptive, the way a building looks, the way a scene might look, you know, a building, a forest, and the ocean, strange creatures, if you're writing fantasy or magic systems. That's an idea. Sorry, I have not eaten anything since, well, I mean, technically I just started eating during the sprint, but I had not eaten since I think 11 this morning. So, and it's almost 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm in Miami, by the way. And I know my channel says Hava Alexander. Hava Alexander. That is my pen name, but my actual name is Belle. You can call me either. Candace writes, I got 1,000 words. Only 1,000 more to go until 50. I'm excited. That is so exciting. Isn't that such a good feeling? I swear, I didn't think I was going to be able to finish a couple days ago. I did not think I was going to be able to do it. But participating and like jumping into other people's lives really helped me a lot, boost up my word count. And then yesterday I couldn't find any lives. And so I was like, I know I don't have enough subs, but I got to do something. And then I Googled and it was like, you can StreamYard. I'm like, oh, I should have done this since like November 1st. I'll know for next year. And actually want to probably keep doing lives, like for the editing or just brainstorming, just keeping that writing momentum community going, I think would be great. I think I lost my train of thought. Carla, she is here. Hi, Carla. Laura says, I might take a break and do some uni work for a while, but I'll write some more before bed. Okay. I mean, I can't, I don't know what I would do if I were in your shoes, because there's times I've only written like 1,400 words, which was like half my word count, and I couldn't. There was just something like I just couldn't, whatever. And then I would even go like a 10-word day, meaning by 10 words that I typed into my phone just so that it wouldn't be a 0-word day, being outside of the home or whatever. And then there's other days I've been able to hit like close to 6 in a day. So, and I think I had mentioned to you earlier, I think the most that I've ever done in a day was like 11,000 words. That was dictation, a mess to edit. And that's why I recommend, like, if you just need to get the words in, do dictation on things that are not super important, or take notes right after. That way you know what it's about and you can go back and figure it out. That helps. So Carla, did you get any writing in? And also Laura, considering that you said that you're going to take a break and do some uni work, and that you might write before bed, if you do sign off, let me know. And I am planning on streaming tomorrow, so if you want to join, I'm going to try to do it around 12 noon. It could be 12:30, but somewhere between 12 and 1 Eastern Standard Time. That is my goal. And I agree with you as far as like taking a break. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. It's healthy. There's no point in burnout. So real quick, while we have a couple people still in the chat, before we go to our next word sprint, the next one will be 30 minutes again, unless you want to do a 35. If you want to do a 35, let me know, put it in the comments. Whichever has the most votes, 30 or 35 is what we're going to go with. And I'm going to be neutral. We have 3 people right now, it looks like, in the room. So if you want to just type in your genre that you're writing, that might be fun. I'll type mine real quick. I normally write fantasy, sci-fi, supernatural, horror, like an eclectic mix of those things. I write them clean as far as like language, and I don't use gratuitous sex or explicit sex. Although, not that I would want any of my students to read it, because I think it's still a little bit like it's, you know what's going on. But anyway, but I will write what I'm writing for this nano, out of my comfort zone. But it is what it is. So I wrote contemporary romance, although it's gone a little bit deeper, because there's some deeper themes, death and abandonment and things like that I was not expecting. So it's not as light as I wanted it to be. Last year's was more of a horror. Candace B. horror. Do you ever scare yourself, Candace? Because my plot bunny really technically could be, and it's the only plot bunny that I've had this whole entire nano. But when it hit me, I was like, holy F. Like, that would be some really scary crap, like, to have to actually deal with. And I mean, there's a little bit of sci-fi, but not sci-fi in like space, or it's more of like Big Brother, big government. So they use technology, whatever, but it would still be a little bit of horror, at least psychological. Like, it would have to be. So, but I'm a pansy. I could not even watch the second. Okay, I kid you not. I could not watch the second season of what's so popular. That's like the 80s throwback. Oh my goodness, Stranger Things. I couldn't watch the second season. Like it freaked me out. Carla says, I didn't write. My cousin called about a car she bought, and one of my best friends was texting me about a guy. LOL. So I'm going to have to put my phone aside and get this ish done. I hear you, right? So I was on a live like not long ago, like a couple days ago. And my husband kept calling me. I'm like, honey, you know I'm in the middle of a live. You know I'm trying to hit this 50K. And I don't even think he's even asked me what the book is about. And we normally like collab. And this is like, I think the first one that we've never collabed about. But it's also a romance. So I can't blame them. I mean, the other ones had romance too, but this is like more romance. Although there's not a lot of romance on the page, it's more sexual tension. Can I say sexual on YouTube? No, this is going to be monetized because it's not. I think I'm starting to feel the wine. And I've had like 4 sips. I'm such a lightweight. Laura is writing fan fiction. I'm so curious. What is your fan fiction? Do you mind sharing? If you don't want to share, you don't have to share. You don't have to share. And the paint, oh my goodness, Carly, you've got to be kidding me. Oh my goodness, I feel like I'm on like a chick date right now. This is cute. Because I don't ever have, it's sad, it's true though. Like I don't have like girl time. Like I don't. It's like, it's all about raising my teenagers and teaching the students that I teach. And then when I'm not doing all of those things or doing like my own creative work, it's like mom time. And it's like, if you need something, you know, like you guys are old enough to figure it out. The painter was leaving and asked me out on a date. So yeah, I did it right. Oh my goodness. But I hear, he's cute. All right, so I'm not trying to steal your thunder, but this reminds me. So it was like 2 weeks ago. I was at, I don't know if you guys know what Publix is, but it's a grocery store similar to like Kroger or it's not like a super high end like Whole Foods, but it's close to. So it's like it's a good grocery store. So I was at Publix, and I'm putting stuff into the car, and it's raining. I mean, like it's like really raining. My daughter had already walked to the side. And granted, again, I'm going to repeat myself for those that are new into the chat. She's almost an adult. Okay, I might as well just call her an adult because, like, in a very short amount of time, she's going to be an adult. I'm talking like months, not years. Months. She'll be an adult. So I'm putting stuff into the trunk of my minivan. I'm one of those moms, teenagers, and I still have a minivan, and I'm not ashamed to say it. I love my minivan. So I turn around to get some more bags, and there's like this dude holding an umbrella over my head. Like it came out of nowhere, and I didn't know what to think of it. And I was like, no, I'm fine. I'm like, I'm cool. And I wasn't even like afraid of like the whole like the mask thing because I wasn't wearing a mask, and I don't even remember if he was wearing a mask, but I don't think he was. And we were still closed at that point. So it must have been actually over a month ago because we've only been open for not that long here anyway. But anyway, but it was like so weird because like he was actually good looking and he was like holding an umbrella over me and I didn't even know how to react. It was so strange. It was so bizarre. So I don't know if it hit you out of the blue, Carla, but being in Miami, I like the women here are beautiful. I will say that. They are just outstandingly beautiful. I'm not saying they're naturally beautiful, but they are still beautiful. Well, I couldn't get through the first season of Stranger Things, so was that because is that because it freaked you out or were you not interested? I was really only interested in it because it reminded me, like I grew up in the 70s and 80s. That's when I was a kid. I was already at university by the time it was 1990. So like for me, it just reminded me of all these things. So it was a nostalgic type thing. And Carla has never seen Stranger Things. I don't even know how many seasons there are of Stranger Things now. I'm trying to think if there's any horror that I've actually watched. I'm sure there are. But it also depends on my mood. But I tend to be a wimp. Laura writes, I'm writing lots of different fandoms, but today I worked on MacGyver fanfic and a Criminal Minds fanfic. I remember a little bit about MacGyver from like a long time ago. I want to say like the original Criminal Minds. I'm clueless there, but I watch a lot of like true crime documentaries and true crime YouTubers. So I hear you on that. So do you guys need to get a drink, a snack, get a potty break, walk a pet, pet a pet? Or are you guys ready to go? And I still don't have what you guys want to do in the comments. You want to do a 30 minute? Do you want to do a 35? And if you don't want to write and you want to just stay in the chat, that's fine too. And there was someone that had asked how long I was going to be here. Where did they go? Stop Motion Life. If you are still here in the chat, please let me know. I'm curious. That's at Stop Motion Life. All right, we're going to wait like another minute or two. And we'll go ahead and do another, we'll do a 35. We'll do a 35. I'll go ahead and get it ready. First, I'm going to reply back to my husband who is at his mother's. Okay. He's going to freak out when I've been on this long. He was surprised I was on for 4 hours yesterday. Okay. All right. I've written him. And now I'm going to set the timer for 35 minutes. Carla writes, my children are all grown, 25, 20, and 19, and I figure he would at some point say something. Vibes. And you have a grandson that's 16 months old. Oh, congratulations. That's so sweet. I only have 2 friends in my circle group that are not grandparents. 2. One of my friends has been a grandparent, I want to say for over 10 years already, maybe even 15. It's nuts. But I started late having children. So it is what it is. It's okay. I am not complaining. I'm thankful. I had one that I was fortunate enough to give birth to, and another that I was very fortunate to have the blessing to be able to adopt. So I have 2. I have a daughter and also a son. And my son is the one that I adopted, and he's got an awesome birth mom. She's amazing. $35 is good. Everyone at my house is gone, and I should be able to write. Cool beans. It's nice when the house is quiet, right? You have that creative time. Although sometimes it's too quiet. Like when my son is gone, as much as he gets on my nerves and as much as helpful as he is so much like me. And I was a total pain in the butt growing up. So, I'm not talking smack about him. It is what it is. He knows like he's like super, super precious to me. But at the same time, he drives me nuts. And I just tell him, you're driving me nuts, but I also drove my parents nuts, and I understand you, But it's quiet. It's really quiet when he's gone. Laura, I don't know. I'll see what she says here. Okay. Well, I'm guessing I'm the youngest in this stream then. Haha, 18 here. Wow. You might be. I don't know. I'm not going to ask anyone's age. I'll tell you guys my age if you want to know. But embrace your youth. Embrace your youth. You are just, and my daughter's only a couple months younger than you. Let's just put it that way. She's about ready to turn 18. So, and I'm going to be 49. I know. I can't even believe I just said that. I'm going to be 49. I remember my mom turning 50 and she like cried. I remember her crying when she turned 50, and here I am, not far from that. So, Carla's 44. I think that's what she says. I know, unless that's what, I'm sure that's her age. That's not how many minutes she wants to go. You look beautiful in your photo, Carla. You don't look 44. Thank you. It was not me, Carla. Carla says, kudos to you for adopting and taking someone who needs the support and all the extra love is awesome. It was not me. It was a God thing. We were not supposed to adopt him. He already had another family waiting to adopt him. He was 2 months old. He was premature. We got him straight from the hospital. He was only in NICU for a few days, and we were temporary. We were what's called respite care. So we were only to take care of him until his birth mom's rights were taken away, and they did all the birth father stuff and all, the legalities. And then they were supposed to, we were supposed to hand him over at anywhere between 3 to 4 weeks. And during that 3 to 4 weeks, I did not want to, I didn't say that I didn't want to adopt him, but my patience was really tried. My daughter was very, very quiet when she was a baby. So having a baby that screamed all the time was very, very difficult. I'm going to try to keep this quick. So it really was hard for me. I also worked 2 businesses. I had 2 businesses at the time. Both of them were full-time, and we had to feed the baby boy that we were fostering at the time pretty much every hour, every other hour, nonstop. And my daughter at the time, she was 3, and she was like, I want to, this is my brother. This is my brother. I'm like, no, we have to give him back. So this is going on for a couple of weeks. This is my brother. This is my brother. This is my brother. This is my brother. I'm like, no, this is not your brother. This is not your brother. And my husband, who worked from home at the time, and I did work from home partially. I had an office in my home, and I also had an office in the city. I was a therapist, and I would go back and forth depending on my schedule. And my husband became very attached to our son, which was not our son at the time. I mean, he was, but we didn't know. And he was like, we're never doing this again. I can't believe that we're going to have to give him away. And I'm going to cry here because I cry every time I tell it, and I've never told it online before. But he was so adamant of never doing it again because of how he felt. And I remember him crying, and I remember laying on the sofa. And I was like, Lord, I don't feel like I can raise this child. Like, I don't feel a connection to this child. I also never felt one with my daughter, but I had a horrendous delivery with her. You want to ask me about that another time, and I will tell you, but I'm not going to get into that now. So, but I said, like, if this is where you want him to be, for my husband who loves him and for my daughter that loves him, like, I'll raise him, but you need to help me because this is really, really hard. And I kid you not, the very next morning, we got a call from the social worker that the other family changed their mind, and our son's birth mom asked us if we would keep him because she didn't want him passed from home to home. So that's how I now have a almost 14-year-old son that we've had since he was released from hospital at 10 days old. So And he's just like me. He's like, oh my goodness, he's amazing. So it's not kudos to me. I mean, I thank you that you're recognizing that it's a great thing, Carla. And I agree with you. It's a great thing. And if we had the money, I would have done it again. It's actually extremely expensive to adopt. And this was just one of those situations where we were able to like come up with the fees to make it happen. And it was a God thing. It was meant to be. And my son has absolutely, completely helped me become a better person. And I think I'm so thankful. I'm just so thankful for the whole experience. And I'm also thankful that he has a wonderful, wonderful, excuse me, birth mother. She is wonderful. She just was a teenager, married out of wedlock, abandoned by her family, lost her scholarship. It was sad. All right. I just inhaled a piece of cheese. Put that into your story. Okay, enough about me crying. We're going to start this clock. Yes. No, was that about me? I thought that was about you. Oh my goodness, I don't look 20. Trust me, I really don't. But thank you if you think that is me. Oh, your husband was adopted, Lorraine. Or Carl. I want to keep calling you Lorraine. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry. My deceased husband was adopted. I'm so sorry for your loss. I don't know what that's like. I don't know what it's like to lose a spouse. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I hope that it's gotten easier, but I don't know that time does. I've lost other people and I've lost friends, but I haven't lost a spouse. It's gotta be difficult. Okay. Let's go ahead. Pushing emotions aside, and let's start our next live. We're on a live. What am I talking about? Oh my goodness. Word sprint. All right, we're gonna do a 35. So put on some music if you need to. And get ready. If you hear that crackling, that's actually a candle. I don't know if I can hold it. It's kind of hot. It's one of those wood candles. It's not crazy expensive or anything. Okay. I just saw that your dad calls you Lorraine. That's cool. All right, there we go. All right, and timer is now set. And I'm going to mute and take a walk and be back in a few minutes. All right. That was our 35. How did everyone do? I think I got a little over 500 on that one. But I'm not sure. Because I'm working in the same document. Or I've been working in the same document for over an hour. Cadence, congratulations. That's awesome. Question, are you going to order the t-shirt? That's what I want to know. Are you going to order the t-shirt? And I didn't want to ignore you, Carla. 20 years is a long time. I'm glad that it's not as painful. And I don't want to stick to a sad or bittersweet subject, but I just wanted to acknowledge you and your loss, and I didn't want to ignore it. So I don't know what to say. Just that my heart goes out to you. Okay. Laura writes, I finished the thing for uni, so yay, good for you. What are you doing? What did you have to do for uni? Let me take one of these off. I don't know if you guys can still hear me, hopefully. The mic's here. What did you have to do for uni? Was it like a paper, some kind of homework? Carla chimed in with 256. That's good. I will say, if you want to be involved in the live stream tomorrow, if you go and just hit the subscribe button to my channel with the all notifications bell, you'll get a notification when I go live. If you don't want to do that, you don't have to. I am expecting to go live sometime afternoon, sometime between 12 and 1. That is my goal for tomorrow. Yes, I agree. Congratulations to Cadence. That's awesome. She writes like an outline like thingy for the essay. I have to hand in 3 weeks. Okay. I hear you. I don't envy you. Though. I have to admit, writing on demand for me has never been fun. Even where I'm currently working, they still want me to write a bio, and I don't want to do it. And not the director, because I'm one of the directors, but the owner's like, do you want me to write the bio for you? And I'm like, sure, please do. I don't like writing about myself. I am personally ready to call it a night. I am tired, and my family is about ready to get home. Well, at least my husband, my daughter, because my son is out of town for the weekend. But I want to say thank you to everyone that was here participating. This was so much fun, guys. We've been online on and off the live stream has been going for just shy of 6.5 hours. In 2 minutes, it'll be 6.5 hours. So I know that many have been popping in and out. as they needed to, and of course that's fine. But it has been really, really awesome to interact with you guys. It's been a lot of fun. So again, if you guys want to do a live stream tomorrow, thank you, Carla, that you subbed and hit the bell. I appreciate it. Thank you. I really do appreciate it. It's like I did like a few book reviews, and I don't know if it's just talking to just like a camera. It's not the same as like knowing that there are other people watching and that interaction. But this feels so much more comfortable to me. This feels like way more up my alley. I just don't know how I would do like book reviews on a live stream, or maybe it should just be a combination of all these different things I'm interested in, because I like knitting, I like painting, I like poetry, and obviously writing and animation and prepping. My goodness, we went like 7 months without toilet paper in my area of Miami. I kid you not. Like, I bought my toilet paper in December, middle of December. By March, it was gone. And we just didn't get it back until August, September, something like that. So like, there's just so many things that I'm interested in, and I'm definitely liking the live stream. Laura writes, yeah, I'm tired too. I've decided to attempt a 12-hour write-a-thon tomorrow, so I need some sleep. All right, I hear you. Yes, you need your sleep. I actually went to bed really early last night. I went to bed, I think it was at 9:15 last night, which is super early for me. Normally I'm in bed like around 11, 10:30, 11. But last night it was like 9:15, I think was when I actually was in bed. So sleep is good. Alora says, another live tomorrow would be cool. I'm doing one at 5 p.m. So as long as it doesn't overlap, I'll be there. It should definitely be earlier than that. It would be my Monday, the 30th, that it would be later, because I don't get home before 3 or 4 in the afternoon. So definitely on Sunday, which is tomorrow, it would be earlier, kind of like how it was today. I think I started today around 12:15. It's about 5 p.m. for me, so I still have time to write today. I feel bad though, Carla, ending the stream. I honestly do, but it's like I know that I need my time before bed to like chillax. So I'm guessing that you're on are you Mountain Time or West Coast time? Carla says, it was awesome. Thank you for hosting. Well, thank you for being here. You guys are what made it like super, super fun. I was so willing to like do this on my own with just like 1 or 2 people popping in. And then there was like, I think we had up to like 6 or 7 at one time. I thought that was like so cool. And it was so fun. And to like see you guys like hit your goals and like increase your time. And even like those moments that we got distracted, even I did, where my word count was like a quarter of what it normally is. Like, it's just the fact that we're encouraging each other. And I think that is great. So it's important. That's what we're here for, to lift each other up, So Carla, I will say, since you did mention that it's 5 p.m. for you, you may be able to find a chat or a live stream. I have seen some that start. Okay, so it's 8 o'clock now, Eastern Standard Time. I've seen live start as late as 10, 11, even midnight Eastern Standard Time. So you might be able to catch a live tonight on someone else's channel. I don't know. I hope you can. I mean, if you're up for it, because I know they're helpful. I'm going to say, Laura says, if it's the same time as today, I might come in late because of time zones. I think you started at 6:30 p.m. my time, UK, so I'm probably still live then. But I'll be there. Thank you, Laura. Yeah, that's about right, because that's where, like my brother lives in Europe, and he's a good 6 or 7 hours ahead of me in Germany. So, but yeah, it's going to be around the same time tomorrow. I'm going to try to make it as early as possible. Even if I'm in my pajamas, I may not have makeup on tomorrow and my hair might be in a little tiny top knot. I don't know. We'll see. But yes, doing a live stream tomorrow. Pacific Standard. Okay. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Pacific Standard. Did I say? I don't think I said Pacific. I think I just said West Coast, but that is Pacific. Okay. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to end the night officially. Thank you, everyone that joined. I have been so inspired by all of you. Whether you were here for just a few minutes, popped in and said hello, or whether we've actually had a conversation on and off for the last several hours, just knowing that you're here, you're putting in time, you're wanting to communicate and to join the community and the conversation, I think has been so inspiring. And I feel so honored to have each and every one of you be a part of this. So I just again want to say thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I hope to see you here tomorrow around sometime between 12 and 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, but I'm going to be shooting closer towards 12 noon Eastern Standard Time. So with that, I am going to say good night and thank you again so much.